Hello, hello.
Bueno, buenos días y muchas gracias a... Creo que es mejor si se ponen sus auriculares. Perfecto. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos, primero por estar aquí. Yo soy Ángela Lozano, gerente comercial de Fitur. Y agradecemos de verdad a todos los convocados por haber acudido a las jornadas. Desde aquí queremos inaugurar Fitur Experience, dado que el turismo de experiencias ha transformado la forma en que los viajeros eligen sus destinos y cómo han pasado a situar las experiencias auténticas y más significativas como el centro de sus movimientos. Esta evolución hace que la digitalización, la profesionalización de los proveedores de experiencias sea lo más importante en este momento, permitiendo mayor calidad, visibilidad y alcance global y apoyando al mismo tiempo a la diversificación de los destinos, la descentralización y la desestacionalización del turismo, que es una cosa que desde Fitur apoyamos y abogamos. Quiero agradecer también a Viator, nuestro partner B2B, que se ha encargado de la coordinación de estas jornadas y de crear un maravilloso programa que estamos seguros que será exitoso. Y sobre todo por su esfuerzo y compromiso en conseguir de Fitur Experience todo un éxito y poner en valor la calidad de las experiencias. Fitur Experience es un espacio para conectar, innovar y construir, y por ello tanto el equipo de Fitur como el equipo de Viator pues estará a su disposición durante toda la jornada para ayudarles. Sin más, muchas gracias, bienvenidos, y ya doy paso al equipo de Viator que os va a acompañar durante todo el día con una maravillosa jornada. Gracias.
All right. Welcome. Hola. Thank you for coming and spending the day with us. Well, as part of the day today, it's a really exciting day for us. Just being able to take you through all the cool things that are happening with Viator, hoping to take you through a little bit of what's happening in the world of experiences and online travel, and having some time for one-to-ones with you as well. So it's great. So just to introduce myself, so I'm Stephen. I'm very new with Viator, so I'm on week 7 now. So still very new, still learning the business. But I'm the new head of global destination management, but also and connectivity. I've spent 25 years in the industry within travel tech. Many of those years with Booking.com, so I was part of the startup team with Booking back in 2002. And spent 20 years with Booking, and I've worked in online marketplaces in travel across all areas. I've worked in within ground transport. I've worked within vacation rental. So I'm very new to experiences. But the thing that really attracted me to this industry is there's so much potential for this. It's no longer just an add-on to travel. It's the reason why people travel. Experiential travel is now just really so important to today's traveler. And just being part of that is a fantastic experience. Plus also, there's just such a long way to go. There's still so much to do with online travel, and so much of experiences are still offline. and still, so we have a long way to grow as a business, but also a long way to grow as an industry. Plus also the breadth of it as well, being able to do a 1 minute go on a sightseeing tour, the other one climb a mountain, the next one go kayaking. It's just fantastic that the breadth and the possibilities within experiences. So that's what's excited me about joining Viator and being part of this. And then having spent the last couple of days just here talking to partners, everyone's so friendly. And so it's so nice to be here and everyone's so excited. And running experiences is not just a job, it's part of their lives. And it's fantastic, it's their passion. And so it's great to be able to help them and help people get their passion out to the world. In terms of for Viator, obviously you know us as Viator, you know us the marketplace, the place where you update your availability. But there's so much more to us as that. Our network runs long and wide. So as well as Viator, we're also part of TripAdvisor group. So we have the TripAdvisor website, which obviously we know is one of the biggest websites in the world for upper funnel traffic. But we also work with a network of about 4,000 strategic partners. You have Booking.com, Expedia, Qantas on there. So it's not just a matter of updating Viator, it's about getting out there to the world and getting out there through a massive network. Plus also we work with over 200,000 travel agents as well. In terms of, and then another part of of life and part of the world that we live in now is that online creative industry. So that there are over 10,000 content creators and influencers out there. So for people old like me who thought this was just a fad, it's not. It is a part of our way of life now, and it's part of whether you're people searching through TikTok, through Facebook if you're old like me, or through Instagram. It's an important part of how people discover and how people decide what they want to do way before they get to the OTA. And so that discovery piece, and we're going to talk a lot about it later on today, about how to actually capture that and how to get people's imagination and get people dreaming of travel long before they make their decision. And then in terms of doing more with Viator, so we know that you put availability on us, and hopefully we get you bookings. We definitely get you bookings. But we actually want to make your lives easier in many different ways. And so whether you're someone who hasn't started working with us yet, or whether you're brand new to Viator, or whether you've been a long-established, valued partner of ours, we have more and more products coming out right now to make your life easier and to get you bookings quicker. So the first one being Viator Launch Assist. So it's there. What I've been hearing in the first 7 weeks is it can be quite challenging to get a new product on Viator. It can take a little bit longer than you'd like. Well, Launch Assist is there to help make sure that you can get your product on there quicker and get it perfect for selling straight away. And so we use AI, we use our team here to be able to really kind of get that product right from the very beginning to make sure that you can hit the ground running. We have our award-winning supplier support, which runs 24/7. And then, but we also look to protect your business as well. And in terms of that, we have now our booking redemption API, which is there to make sure that basically when a ticket's been redeemed, they don't come back to you for a refund. So it's there to protect the business and protect you against fraud. And then in terms of our North Stars, so we have 2 North Stars in our case. One is enhancing the traveler experience. So for us, obviously for everybody here, the traveler, the customer is king. And providing that 10 out of 10 customer experience is incredibly important for us. And so nowadays, using AI, using machine learning, we're able to personalize the experience as much as possible for that traveler. We have hundreds of thousands of products on our site, and we know that sometimes just coming on it cold can be it can be daunting for the customer. So for us, knowing their interests, knowing their history, and what experiences they've looked at in the past, allows us to use AI to be much more personalized and have a much smaller curated view per person. So basically, if you're interested in kayaking, if you're interested in outdoor activities, we're not showing you museums tours. We're showing you things that fit your interests and much more likely to convert. And essentially AI allows us to do all that. It allows us to look at what's the right images, what allows us to look at what's the right content per person. And so we can show them curated, that pure curated experience. And then the second one is unlocking more value for you, the operators. And that's a big part of ours. So from the connectivity side, for those who are connected for us for an API, we're bringing out our we call it SAPI 2.0. It's our new API, and it allows you to do much more on the pricing side of it. So we can start to use dynamic pricing. I'm from the hotel world where dynamic pricing has been just there all our lives. And so for me, it's interesting to see that dynamic pricing isn't massively used right now, but the new API will allow you to do that. We also have we use AI to allow you to build much more marketable products. So we can guide you as to what products are going to sell well, and as to what you should be doing and adding on, what tours you should be adding on. Maybe a slightly shorter tour, because today's world they're not looking for a full day, they're looking for a 2-hour tour. But we can help you with that as well. Pricing intelligence is coming as well. So we're going to be adding that on there for you to be able to just to see, look ahead, and helping you price your tours and get the maximum value out of each of your tours. Let's have a look what else we got. And then we also are looking to help you get bookings faster. And that's something that we're on our side. It's like, how do we get you from 0 to 1 as soon as possible for new products, and build up that history and get you up the algorithm as quickly as possible to get that visibility. And so we have products in the back end that will help you do that. So this is really where we're looking at, and it's just a quick overview of what we're going to be doing today. But I'm going to hand over to Cedar, who's going to go in a little bit more detail on the experiences industry at a crossroads. So I will hand her over. But thank you so much for listening. I'll be around all day. If you want to say hello, I would love to come and talk to you. And as I said, I'm still learning, so I want to hear as much about what's happening in your world as possible, because I've worked on the marketplace side, but I've not worked on the experiences side. So that's why I'm listening and want to hear it from you guys.
Buenos dias. Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here today. I hope you had a great first day at Fitur yesterday. My name is Sila, and I lead Destination Specialists and Key Accounts at Viator. And today, I'm excited to be talking to you about global trends within the experiences industry. Can you hear? Headphones. There are some headphones. Technology. So, as you see here, when we say the experiences industry is a crossroads, it's because we see a really strong demand for experiences, but the way in which people book and travel and plan their experiences has changed a lot. There are a lot of new trends, which is what I'm going to be talking to you today about. We see people plan less. They want to book more last minute, and they book through mobile as well. So from an OTA perspective, we've been working a lot on meeting the traveler demands and improving the experience so they can book more efficiently and easily. So before I go into more detail, I wanted to touch briefly on where this data comes from. We see a lot of what I'm going to share comes from Viator, but also from TripAdvisor, which is our parent company and a long-standing partner. And so we collect data from thousands and millions of travelers on more than 2,000 destinations on how they plan, book, click, abandon. And so it's not just a thought or a guess. It's really data that we have behind the numbers. So there are 6 primary booking trends that we see at the moment. First, mobile is driving faster bookings. That in the past, there are more and more people on the phones, booking experiences last minute, closer to departure day, so it's something really important for all of us to keep in mind. We also see a strong preference for loyalty. Customers prefer platforms that know them, and they make the booking experience very easy for them. And I'm going to go into more details about all of that. Live events are also really changing how people think about traveling, and maybe not just prioritizing a destination, but prioritizing an event. We also see a rise in same-day bookings, last-minute bookings, which together with mobile phone bookings are really a strong demand. And premium experiences, so customers still like the feeling of luxury, but maybe not at the price tag that we're used to seeing. And lastly, outdoor activities. We see travelers still wanting to feel space and air and a bit more active when they are traveling. So going into the numbers, as you can see, mobile bookings are driving 66% growth since before the pandemic, since 2019. And it's not just about the convenience of having that on your hand, it's about the speed. So customers are planning less, they're booking faster. And so from our perspective, from our OTA, Vital, we really invested a lot on optimizing that mobile booking experience, because that's where customers go. So from a tour operator perspective, it's important to keep this in mind as you optimize products on platforms, from your descriptions, pictures, last-minute availability, so that you can be there when customers are where customers want to book. I can mention a rise in same-day bookings, last-minute bookings, which goes quite hand in hand with the fast growth in mobile experiences. Travelers are looking for more flexibility when they are searching and when they are traveling, and they have higher expectations about that flexibility and what that means. We have improved and invested a lot in making that easier for customers to find, working with tour operators to make sure that if availability is there, that we can show it. So again, from your perspective, just keep that in mind, because it's a type of customer that you can reach to, but just showing your product are available. Loyalty, we see a rise on that loyalty, and it's not, it isn't just about collecting points or getting like a little gift at the end. It's about that convenience. Going through a platform that knows you, knows what you like, what you book, and makes that experience very easy for you. On average, we've seen 30% increase bookings on repeat customers. So it's a really important and a strong number for us to keep in mind. So from your perspective, if you're a tour operator, experience provider, keep that in mind. What can you do to personalize that experience to meet the customer where they're looking for and what they're looking for? Live events, I mentioned that earlier, they're really redefining how travelers think about their trips. 70% of travelers say that live events are the major motivator for where they go. And so it's not just about the destination, it's which and where is Taylor Swift playing a concert, or Coldplay, or where is this football match that I want to go. So that, like I said, 70% of customers, that's the motivating driver, and then they book everything else around, whether it's dining, experiences, and everything that they do in between. So it's really important to keep that in mind as well. If you're in a destination that has a lot of these live events, what can you do to offer before or after those events that can attract those travelers when they're there? And this is primarily driven by millennials. They really look for experiences rather than material things. And to put it into perspective, live tourism, music tourism in particular, is expected to hit 14 billion in the next decade, and sports tourism is estimated at 560 billion. So it's a huge opportunity to tap into and to be aware of. Luxury. So there's a lot of talk about pricing and how those trends are changing. But people still want to feel special. They want to do things that are nice and that are exclusive. So they still want those premium experiences. They maybe not want the full-on price that normally comes associated with those premium experiences. So we refer to this as flex luxury. And we've seen an increase in private tours, semi-private, a small group that still offer that exclusivity special component, but at a different price component. So from a tour operator perspective, is there anything that you can do to maybe repackage your offering with that in mind, a little bit more premium, so you can meet those customers? And lastly, outdoor activities and adventure. Really pretty pictures here, very outdoorsy, but it isn't really about adrenaline necessarily. It's just about access. There are a lot of outdoor activities that maybe in the past were almost reserved to niche audiences, people that were specialized and really focused on those type of activities. And since the pandemic, we've seen an increase of having more access to them, safer access as well, and more information about them. Like I mentioned earlier, travelers are looking to be a bit more active, to feel more connected to the space and nature when they travel, and that is showing in the numbers and growth in outdoor experiences. So what can we do to help those travelers do more? So are there any experiences where you are that you can bring and put front of mind for customers in a safe, accessible, and meaningful way? So a lot of food for thought here. Hopefully spark some ideas to help you reflect on your tour offering or other opportunities where you can go back and explore. So I hope that has been useful and insightful in some ways. Now I'm going to pass it on to my colleague Tyler Jacobs, who is going to go from, we're going to go from the global outlook, zooming into Spain in particular, and the trends in the services and experience that we see here today. Sorry about that. So thank you so much. I'll be around if anyone wants to chat later today. We have lunch, we have networking drinks, so come and talk to us. We have a big team around here on your right. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and buenos dias. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming here and to attend our event with our partnership with Fitur Experiences. I don't know many of the faces in the audience. If you haven't had a chance to speak with myself or somebody within our team, we've got a solution center on the left-hand side, your right-hand side. Please feel free to drop in and come and have a chat with any of us today. So in the session today, I'm going to be covering the overall traveler trends with you, followed by more in-depth market insights on Spain. And just to give you a little bit of context of who I am, how I fit into the Viator picture, I'm one of the regional managers on the supply team here at Viator, and I oversee the supply team for Spain. So when we have a look at the slide, I'm sure that these top book categories are no surprise within Spain to many of you in the room. Cultural tours, day tours, attraction tickets, theaters, shows, and musicals are the categories that are consistently seeing the highest bookings in Spain. We continue to see high demand in experiences which include the major attractions like Sagrada Familia, Park Güell, Alhambra, and the Royal Palace of Madrid. When we look at the categories on Viator and that booking performance, the top 10 categories account for 3/4 of the bookings across the board in Spain. You see, while Viator uses machine learning and AI to ensure that we are surfacing the most relevant product to the right customer at the right time, it is also imperative that when setting up your products within the Viator platform, that you are selecting the correct product categories and the themes within the product, because this also plays a part in how we merchandise the products on Viator, TripAdvisor, and through our partner and affiliate channels as well. Right, so understanding where your travelers are coming from is crucial for tailoring your experiences and marketing efforts. So with having a look up here, we can see, 50% First and foremost, the US market is the biggest traveler demographic coming into Spain from us. It's no surprise, as Americans love to travel, and Spain is one of their favorite destinations. The American traveler is looking for history, culture, and those iconic Spanish attractions. I named some on the previous slide, but in addition to that, we also, looking at the Prado Museum, as well as like Montserrat and many of the other attractions throughout Spain. And in addition to that, they're also looking for those authentic experiences, like cooking classes and a few others, which I'm going to touch on in later slides. The UK is coming in as the second biggest traveler demographic for Spain. And that's a different kind of traveler to the US traveler, where they're looking for like shorter duration holidays, like a quick getaway, and they're looking for convenience. Convenience, they're looking for classic sightseeing experiences, food and wine experiences as well. Coming in third is the Canadian market, which is looking for a mix of classical sites and unique local experiences. And then coming in fourth is the Australian market. And, it's great to see that we're starting to get those numbers up again. It was one of the markets that took a little bit longer than others to recover post-pandemic. And then fifth and final here on the board is that we've got the French market as the fifth biggest source for traveler demographic coming into Spain. Again, it's a different kind of traveler, looking for cultural enrichment activities, culinary experiences, so like within these different source markets, I'm also just trying to highlight here like the different types of products that they're looking for, and which will make a little bit more sense as I go through the rest of the slides. This slide here shows the peak travel and booking seasons for Spain. I'm going to go further in depth in terms of the source markets as well in the next slide, but this is just to give a bigger picture on the overall travel and booking seasons for Spain. When having a look at the graph here, we can see that we can easily see that there are two peak times for bookings, May and August, and then there are also two peak times for traveling, which is May, and then September through October. We can also see that there's strong bookings early in Q1. And the reason that I'm emphasizing this part is that, this is when we generally see the bookings that are future dated. So it's about ensuring like not just short-term availability, but long-term availability is loaded on products, and ensuring that your pricing is competitive, your availability is in place to secure both the long lead time and short lead time bookings. So like with this as well, it's also just highlighting that we need to consider the whole 12-month cycle when looking at planning out your year, because it's looking into different source markets, which I'm going to go into in a minute, but understanding like where that traveler is booking from, and ensuring that they are that there's availability for all. So when we have a look at this slide here, this is the traveler demographics in relation to their peak travel and booking periods. Just something to note on the graphs here is that the blue line is representing the US travelers using the right axis, while the other countries on the left axis. The scaling is necessary because the US bookings and traveler volumes are substantially higher for us. Without that, all the other countries would have looked like they were leveling out. So it's just to give a better reflection across the board. So when we're looking at this, we see that the US traveler leads bookings year-round and shows dramatic seasonal swings, peaking in April through to October. When, in contrast, when looking at the UK travelers, they consistently book and travel activity from April through to October. When we have a look at Canada, Australia, and the US, these show distinct peak seasonality annually, while Spain is the notable exception, really, with a single pronounced peak, which is August for travel and July and August for bookings. Understanding the bookings and the traveler patterns from different source markets is essential. Ensure your availability, as I mentioned earlier, and your calendars are up to date, not waiting until end of season to think about the next season, get that availability live, because there's different, depending on traveler demographic, will depend on when these bookings are coming in. Something else that is quite relevant here is that the data reveals that the top 5 source markets for Spain travel, again, USA, UK, Canada, Australia, and Spain itself, accounts for 80% of all bookings. Just emphasizing there that it is important for us to ensure that there's that availability for these different source markets. All right, so this slide here is highlighting the importance of having your availability up to date and products fully optimized to ensure you can capture the long lead demand as well as those travelers with a shorter lead booking period. So US, Canada, and Australia are, I don't think it's any surprise there that they tend to book 4 to 6 weeks in advance and sometimes even longer than that. UK, Mexico, Brazil, and Ireland generally book within 2 to 3 weeks in advance, while France, Germany, and the Netherlands tend to book within 2 weeks of travel. Overall, the European travelers tend to book around 2 weeks ahead, while the US traveler books a month or more in advance. And that's why I was saying earlier just about the longer lead times and the shorter lead times. Viator's put quite heavy investment into our app recently. You would have seen on the slides that Sila presented on earlier as well, was that I think the increase in mobile booking was about 96% since 2019, and a lot of that is about capturing the in-destination traveler. And I'll share some more insights on that in a minute. So the slides look similar here, but this is just emphasizing something a bit different, where we're looking here at knowing when people book is just as important as knowing what they are booking. This slide is highlighting lead times of when customers book and what type of products that they're actually booking. For longer lead categories like cultural tours, day tours, half-day tours, those are typically booked a month in advance, suggesting that travelers seek to secure the bookings for these types of products and see them as a key part of their trip, and sometimes the whole reason why they go on their trips. The shorter lead time categories like walking tours, attraction tickets, and shows often are booked within 3 weeks. And sometimes just a few days in advance or even same day. So those kind of tours that have a longer duration that are linked to the key attractions are like the center point of travelers' bookings, but then closer to travel, booking in like the shorter duration products, the attraction tickets to fill up their experiences. All right, so here we're having a look at you can see the top growing product categories around Spain over the last 4 years. This isn't just about what's popular right now, it's about where the growth is and where the innovation is and where we can capitalize on emerging trends. These are food tours, attraction tickets, cooking classes, and day trips. Innovation is thriving in these categories where travelers are actively seeking actively seeking new and exciting experiences. Like these categories, I think you would all be familiar in terms of like what that growth potential is there and the growth that we're seeing there. But it's about diversifying the types of products within these categories and bringing something a little bit different to the table. In 2025, we saw that in terms of customer demand, they were looking for cheaper price point products, and they were looking for products as well with a shorter duration. So we worked with a number of different operators to add a shorter duration tour option onto products. And what did we see? We saw growth within these as well. So we still got that traveler looking for the core experience, but then we also have travelers looking for other types of experiences. And something else to consider, when building out your products is, yes, Viator historically is the biggest source market for us is the US market, direct to Viator. But then we've got TripAdvisor as one of our partners of distribution, but then we've also got a really, really big distribution network of affiliates, partners, as well as a travel agent platform. So it's different kinds of customers coming from different types of sources when you have your products with Viator. Right. So on this slide here, we just wanted to highlight the traffic trends that we're seeing on TripAdvisor, and that's like the search demand essentially on TripAdvisor for experiences. We can see that travelers are searching across outdoor activities, nightlife, shopping, sightseeing, and landmarks, as well as tours. We see strong alignment in the likes of outdoor activities, tours, day tours, sites and landmarks on both Viator and TripAdvisor. The competition is higher in these categories. There are more established categories, but so is the opportunity that lies within them. As I was mentioning earlier, it's all about differentiation and how to have something that is unique within a product category that has a lot of offering. And again, with that, I'm talking about it being unique, but it's also very important around product quality, the type of content that you're putting forward, your photos, as well as competitive pricing. So understanding that demand and understanding when to be pricing your products and at what. So that's just another consideration. And then finally, I just wanted to touch on here on this slide is that categories like food and drink, spas, classes or workshops may not dominate on this slide, but we're definitely seeing steady interest in terms of the search for these types of products on TripAdvisor. So these would be great ideas around bundling up or adding these types of experiences within your existing products or bringing new products within these categories to fill those gaps in terms of demand. Right. So I mentioned briefly on one of my slides before here about Viator's distribution channels. We've got a travel agent platform, and we've got thousands of partners and affiliates that we distribute product through. So when we look at the top product categories around Spain that are booked through these travel agents or through the affiliate partners, we see clear patterns emerging. Cultural tours, historical and heritage tours, and attraction tickets continue to dominate bookings across these channels. This validates a strong and consistent demand within Viator's distribution channels. Travelers are seeking these types of experiences out, regardless of how or where they book. The mix of experiences booked through travel agents and affiliates closely mirrors the top categories we see across Viator. Traveler demand is consistent across direct and indirect channels for us. And then finally, cultural and historical tours are leading. They're very, very strong categories on both platforms, but we're also seeing meaningful volume in day trips, wine tasting, and winery tours. I think if we look at Spain, we look at Italy, we look at Europe in general, something coming out of the pandemic that has boomed is anything related to food. That could be a cooking class, it could be a winery tour, it could be a lunch that's been included within a day tour. The popularity for that has increased across the board within Europe. Okay, so when we look at these high demand categories with opportunity with Spain, a few insights that stand out is that categories like attraction tickets, day trips, and cooking classes combined strong traveler interest with operational efficiencies, making them a dependable bet for suppliers who want to scale or diversify their offerings without overextending resources. If we're looking at those attraction tickets and day trips, it could be the tours that are including entry to these attractions within key markets and across Spain in general as well. When we say that these categories are well developed and mature, should I say, within our platform, and in some cases sometimes a little bit oversaturated in terms of the offering. What is key here is again diversification, as well as ensuring that quality and storytelling is implemented and included within the creation of the products and the execution of the products. There's still room for more. It's just how it's put together, executed, and the quality of the products. When I say about diversification, there's, it's thinking about niche angles and that creative storytelling and bundling things up. On this slide here, I just wanted to take a moment because we always think about, what are the top selling products, product categories, where, it's those day tours, it's the attractions, it's culinary experiences. And what we wanted to do here is just highlight some of the top growing products in 2025 on Viator and across Spain. These 6 products have all achieved triple-digit growth, ranging from 576% to 950% versus 2024, which is a remarkable performance that underscores, strong customer demand across a range of products. So it's not necessarily always the products that are linked to key attractions or the day tours or that kind of thing. Like there is, customers are looking for different types of experiences and different ways to experience things as well. And just to highlight there in the first block there, the Valencia cooking class is just showing that the travelers wanting that authentic, immersive culinary experience. And then we've got Aqualand, Mas Palomas, tickets, and Barcelona Segway tours, which showcase that water parks and innovative touring options remain highly attractive to our audience. And then we're seeing strengths not just in traditional attractions like Alhambra, but also in experimental and leisure activities, including Barcelona's jazz and chill-out sailing tour. So, in Barcelona, there's lots of sailing tours. There's different ways to experience the beautiful beachfront there. But this is a new product that is slightly different, that is seeing that demand and it's seeing the bookings coming in. So customers are looking for that variety. And then just to wrap up my section here with you guys is that I just wanted to reiterate that demand is strong, but timing matters. Spain continues to see high demand across cultural tours, day tours, and attraction tickets with clear seasonality. So early availability and strong spring-summer readiness are critical in capturing that peak travel. But it's, that's when we talk about that peak travel, it's looking at it from the longer lead time as well as the shorter lead time, and ensuring that we're capturing those bookings in destination as well. And there's, like I mentioned earlier, we've got our team here that are happy to speak to everybody to give you some tips on product quality on Viator, where we can help you to make sure that your products are ready for that in-app experience as well as the pre-booker as well. And it's also about knowing your audience and your lead times. As I mentioned earlier, is that the US and the UK dominate your source markets, but booking behavior varies widely across the different traveler demographics and the types of products that they're booking. And then if we have a look there that, growth is coming from differentiation. We've got those food tours, cooking classes, walking tours, day tours, which are all growing fastest from a low base. But success comes from clear differentiation, storytelling, quality. I've mentioned all of those a few times today. And then lastly, the search behavior points to new opportunity. So, with that search behavior that I mentioned on TripAdvisor, we're seeing traveler interest and search behavior in areas like nightlife, shopping, and food and drink, which outpaces current supply. So, that's something, it's essentially product gaps. Like, where can we fill up product gaps that will get further exposure, not just through Viator, but through our TripAdvisor and our partners and affiliates. Right, so I think that's wrapped up from me. So my next colleagues here will be Monica and Irene, and we'll just take a short break, and I'll go and find them. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. If you just give us another 5 minutes, we're just finding my colleague. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that delay. My colleagues that are going to be presenting now are Monica and Irene, and they're going to be covering top tips for maximizing sales on OTAs. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming today. We're very happy to be with you here in Madrid. Let us introduce ourselves. This is Monica Núñez. She is Senior Destination Manager for Barcelona at Viator, and I am Irene Orozco. I'm Destination Manager for Madrid and Southern Spain at Viator. And as Tyler said, we're here to talk about tips for maximizing sales on the platform, and we're going to divide our presentation into two main sections. I'm going to start, So we're going to start with some information, general information about who our customer is. It's very important to understand that to tailor your product and the way you show it to our customers. And we're going to go through the booking journey of a traveler from the moment they start searching till the moment they book. And later on, Monica is going to give you very useful tips on how to make the perfect product for your customers. Okay, so we're going to start with understanding who the customer is. It's very important to understand who they are, because not all customers are the same. They have different behaviors, different expectations. They don't book the same way. They don't book on the same channels. So it's the first step before creating or optimizing a product. So in order to understand better who our customers are, we carried out a market survey last year. And we learned a few things about our desired customer base. First of all, we found out that we have a good balance between male and female. And there's a variety of ages, but the average is around 43 years old. And the average income is of $100,000 US dollars annually. The typical profile is a traveler that relies heavily on online research. Google is their friend. They use it very much. And they also use other online travel sites. And it's very important for them that it's easy to find. The information is easy to find, so they can actually compare easily as well. They tend to travel between 1 to 6 times a year. And it's a traveler that enjoys the planning phase. They are looking for a perfect trip, so they take their time, and they like to see a packed schedule when they're traveling. They want to make sure that they do as much as possible and experiencing everything that the destination has to offer. And these are the priorities when they're searching for an experience online. Reviews are certainly very, very important. Photography as well. The descriptions about the experience and also the price. I guess not really a surprise here. And as I said, they tend to book in advance just to make sure that they can book, that they have a spot, that they can secure it. And also so they have time to compare different options and take the best decision for them. And now we're going to go through the booking journey of this traveler. So we have 4 phases. The first phase is dream phase. It's when the traveler is starting to daydream about their next trip, their next destination. And they start by searching about the destination. What I'm going to find when I get there. Learn more about the destination itself. Later on, they're going to get more granular, and they're going to search things to do in the destination. And they will get different search result pages. Then we'll get to the decide phase, where they will compare these options and see the product detail pages. And once they've compared these different options, they will decide what's the best for them and see if it's available for the desired date and book on the platform. So here we have a very lovely couple. Let's call them Pepe and Manolita Smith. So Pepe and Manolita are very much in love, and they're planning a trip to Spain. And since they're traveling alone, no kids, no friends, no mother-in-law, they're looking for unique romantic experiences and somewhat elevated activities to remember later on. And because they look like millennials like me, also they want to make sure that they have photo opportunities and things that they can share on Instagram later on. So we are going to analyze two different search that they do, that they're going to search online. So the first is more generic, things to do in Spain. And then more granular again, more specific, a search about cooking classes in Spain. So Manolita, it's Friday night. After a hard week at work, she sits down with Pepe and she searches things to do in Spain on Google, which leads them to this page, Spain Tours and Excursions in 2026 on Viator. Here we have a very lovely selection of things to do in Spain, different categories, all, however, quite consistent in terms of reviews. They have many reviews, very good reviews, and we are going to analyze some of the things that operators are doing well that can be effective for Pepito Manolita. So we have highlighted here 3 of the products. The first one, it's in Montserrat in Barcelona. And you can see a picture of a couple cuddling together, looking out the window, seeing Montserrat, and they seem to be having a great time. The second is a couple cooking a paella in Madrid. And the third is, again, a couple, seems like the Mediterranean on a yacht. So all these things are telling them that it's couple-friendly. There's some couple appeal. They're telling them a story without having to say anything. And also, they transpire some feeling of uniqueness and premium experience. And here we have other search results. They continue searching. And other thing that customers enjoy very much and are very interested in is feeling spoiled, feeling exclusivity, feeling that they're important. So, for example, the first product that we have highlighted here says, with welcome drinks. The second says with wine and tapas, and the third with skip the line ticket. So they're telling them that there's some kind of an extra value in the experience. So, I mean, she will go through it more in detail later on, but don't summarize too much. Be generous with your titles. Describe it well. Use your space, yeah? That sells, so, you know, tell your story. So now we're going to search with Pepe and Manolita, more specific search, cooking classes in Madrid. And here we have dozens of options for cooking classes in Spain. Again, the first results usually show very good reviews, price usually similar, and they already know more or less what they want. So you have to stand out. How do you stand out? You have, again, to tell your story. And something that usually works very well is the photos, the images. So people in the experience help travelers or potential travelers to picture themselves there having the experience. However, there are some exceptions. For example, if we're looking for a flamenco show or a whale-watching tour, you're more interested in see the whale or the Spanish flamenco dancer than people seeing that, yeah? But in general, it does the trick, showing other travelers having the experience, having a great time, and other things that work, free cancellation when possible. I mean, be as flexible as possible. So photos, titles, price, of course, and rating are some of the things that are most important. And make sure that when, I mean, should probably explain that, but during, when you're creating your title, use keywords that highlight the benefits. So obviously destination, attractions, and if you have freebies, extras, or exclusivity, please also add that to the title. Until now, we've been talking about Google and direct search, but we have other kind of users, and those are the Viator app users. I know my colleague Sila mentioned it earlier, but this user behaves differently. We know that when a user uses the app, opens the app, they're ready to book. And so they are very engaged. They convert at a much higher rate, and usually they're already in destination. They don't plan with weeks in advance. So to target these users, obviously it helps if you lower your hours in advance, your cutoff times. It helps if you are responsive, if they message you last minute to ask anything about the experience. And once again, imagery also helps. And finally, I mean, I've been talking a lot about images, but really it's important. In Spanish, we say, más vale una imagen que 100 palabras. Just one image tells you more than many words often. So here we have an example of something that Netflix tried. They ran an experiment with users, showing them different film thumbnails or pictures based on their history, what they've watched before, what they enjoy. So here we have, probably it's just, again, Pepe Manolita. So Manolita, you know, likes to have her glass of wine on a Friday night, sit and watch Serendipity, Eternal Sunshine, romantic films. And Pepe, he's into comedy, Arrested Development and Zoolander and so on. So in order to advertise this film, Good Will Hunting, they will showcase different images from the film. For her, who enjoys romantic films, they place Matt Damon looking at this lovely lady in the eyes in a very romantic moment. But for Pepe, who enjoys comedy, they will put Robin Williams, who is a comedy legend, with a smiley face. So that's because we usually find out that, you know, it works better, it converts better if it's targeted to the user specifically. And here we have another example. It's the same series on Netflix that has been adapted to different regional preferences. Something I noticed, I'm a Spanish myself, but I'm based in the UK. Something I noticed, coming here to Fitur is different to going to WTM in London. Meetings are different, we behave different, expectations are different. We speak about different things as well. And that happens also with, you know, just responding to the same image. We have different behaviors responding to the same image. So they adapt the same series thumbnail based on the regional taste. So in summary, images are really, really important. We hope that in the future we will be able to add more personalization for different traveler types. But for now, when you're creating your product, tell your story in a way that speaks to all your customer types. Of course, prioritize your core audience, but don't forget others. And with that, I'm going to leave you with my colleague, Monica, who's going to give you very useful tips to optimize your products. Thank you.
Thanks, Irene. So we spoke all about how travelers search and find experiences. So now let's talk about how you can elevate your product listing on Viator to meet travelers' needs. So what's the most important for travelers to book an experience online? Photos, price, description, reviews, and free cancellation. And they ask themselves, is it affordable? Is it reliable? Does it fit my plans? Can I cancel it if I have a last-minute issue? So on Viator, we make sure your product listing highlights these key factors early and clearly to help travelers to book faster and with more confidence. So the title is the first thing a traveler will see. So make sure it's clear, concise, and engaging. Keep it easy to read while highlighting the name of the destination, the main attraction, and any other unique feature that adds value to your product. For example, hotel pickup, entrance tickets, or meals. This will encourage travelers to click, learn more, and book. So photos are also very important elements in your listing. We often see partners underestimate the impact of a really good photo. So here are a few tips. Make sure you have at least 7 photos. Highlight the main attraction or key site or point of interest. Showcase travelers enjoying the activity because they can imagine themselves doing that experience. Capture genuine photos. As you can see here, a few examples, trying to avoid selfies or people posing. And also ensure that your photo reflects how the experience is like. So let's talk now about the description. Here is where you really tell your story. So make sure your content is simple and exciting. Add only a few paragraphs, as you can see here on the screen, so it's very easy to read and understand. Make it clear so they understand exactly what they're going to do on the tour or experience. And always add the most important information first to grab their attention. So travelers have many options, so you need to make sure your experience is clear for travelers to book with confidence and to see the convenience to book your experience and not the other 100 on our website. So tell them exactly what's included, what's excluded, so no surprises. And share with them exactly the starting point, the start time, and what to expect, so they know exactly what they're going to do in the experience. So pricing is crucial. So it builds trust, and it makes travelers to book faster and with more confidence. So make sure it's accurate and up to date. Don't forget to add the price in all age bands, children, adults, everyone, so no surprises. It has to be consistent and meaningful in all tour options. And remember as well to try to be competitive because travelers don't like the most expensive or the cheapest experiences. So, correct price, happy customers, easy bookings. And now talking availability, availability is flexibility. So remember to extend the availability as much as possible for all year, and remember in all tour options. And if it's possible, of course, try to connect it to the API so you can share a real-time availability. So more availability, more reviews, more bookings, more revenue. So now let's talk about how we can capture last-minute travelers. So we've seen an increase of last-minute bookings recently. So we recommend you to have your bookings open at least until 4 hours in advance, because the majority of our bookers are already in destination, try to book an experience for tonight, for today. And also offer flexible cancellation policy. So you can offer travelers peace of mind by allowing cancellation up to 24 hours. So what kind of tools and services we have to help you? Last year, we launched a new program called Launch Assist. We have a dedicated team reviewing every single product you load in our platform. They check the price, photos, the description, absolutely everything to make sure your product is completely optimized before publishing to our website. If they need more information or there is something missing, they will reach out to you directly. Intro offers are a very powerful way to capture travelers' attention by offering discounting and merchandising. So if you have any new experience, you can load in our platform and you can add a promotion. We make sure we add a banner in the product visible on our site. As you can see here, the special offer banner in red. And also we add these kind of products in a category called special deals. So we know that new products with intro offers are 2 times more likely to get first bookings. So reviews. We all know how important reviews are in this world. So they build trust, and they make travelers to book faster and with more confidence. And we have a couple of tools to help you. So we can import reviews from TripAdvisor if you have an existing listing. So we can share with our travelers the feedback in that platform. And we also have a review request tool to request reviews to your customers after the booking. You can also personalize the email and choose your language as well. So what's the recipe for success? Here are the key drivers that influence bookings. The first one, make sure your listing, your experience is irresistible, with clear titles, stunning photos, and unique product details to grab attention. The second one, set clear expectations and build trust, sharing with them a correct price, start time, inclusion and exclusions, and a meeting point. The last one is very important. And the last one, offer flexibility. So extend the availability as much as possible, offer flexible cancellation policy, and last-minute options. So here is the end of the presentation. I hope you like the content and you can implement these recommendations to optimize your product listings. And if you have any question, the Viator team will be here at the solution desk the rest of the day to help you with anything you need. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just to let you know, we are going to pause the sessions for now. We are going to have a networking session, and there's lunch also for anyone who wants at 1:25. And then we will begin with sessions again this afternoon at 2:30. So 1:25, we'll have. We're still here, so if you want to network and meet some Viator people, please, we're next door. And then more sessions will come later at 2:30 p.m. So thank you very much.
We ready? ¿Me escucháis? Good? Okay. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good day at Fitur so far. And my name is Sila. I lead Destination Specialists and Key Accounts at Viator. All good? Sound? And today I'm going to talk to you about an outlook of the global experiences industry. As you can hear today, we say the experiences industry is at crossroads today. And what we mean is that demand to book experiences has never been greater, but the way in which customers book, plan, and decide on what to do has really changed, and we see big trends, and that's what I'm going to be talking about today. We see customers plan less, they book faster, they book more through mobile bookings, and they also headphones. And they also look for loyalty and luxury. So really from destinations and tour operators' perspective, it's quite important to keep in mind these trends as we look to evolve the experiences. Before I go into the details, I just wanted to touch on where this data comes from. Most of it is from Viator and also TripAdvisor, which is our parent company, a long-standing partner. So we have data that looks at clicks, bookings, abandonment rates from more than 200 countries, which really gives us actual meaning to what we're talking about. So it's not just what we think travelers say and want, it's what we see in numbers. So these are the big traveler behavior and booking trend changes that we see these days. And I'll touch on them briefly, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail with each of them. Mobile is really driving a lot of the bookings that we see. We've seen a big change in travelers planning less and booking faster, and a lot of that is coming through mobile, and that is convenient and it's also speed. There's also loyalty. Customers looking to go to platforms that really understand them and personalize the experience for them. Live events are really changing the way people think about planning and about the trips. It's not so much about the destination sometimes, it's about which event they want to attend, and then everything else comes afterwards. We see a big rise in same-day bookings, last-minute bookings, with travelers using more than mobiles and just wanting more flexibility and spontaneity. Customers also want really memorable, unique experiences. So that fits into the travel luxury, which I'll touch on a little bit more. And lastly, outdoors activities. When travelers go somewhere, they're looking for outdoor experiences, to be in space, to be a little bit more active. And that's something that we see with the numbers as well. So looking at mobile bookings in particular, we can see there's been 96% growth through this channel since 2019, so pre-pandemic. Really big growth on bookings coming through mobile. And like I was saying earlier, it's not just about convenience, it's about the speed. Customers, bookers want more flexibility, they want less friction and less planning, and they want to decide more on the spot. And that booking experience allows that from that. So from Viator and OTA's perspective, we're really optimizing that so that the technology can help customers book there. From a OTA perspective, so from a tour operator perspective, it's quite important to keep this in mind so that you can use your availability and last-minute offer to customize and improve your conversion. Linked to that, there's a big rise in same-day bookings and last-minute travel. There is a large amount of travelers that really like to plan in advance, and we've often focused on that, but a really big growing number of customers that really like to plan one their destination and just decide. So that flexibility is really important there. So thinking about the instant confirmation, removing vouchers, that last-minute availability, if you have it, make sure that is available so that you can reach to those customers. So you have both the early planners and those last-minute customers that may be in destination and just want to decide on the spot what they want to do. I mentioned loyalty. And what's interesting here is that loyalty is not just about collecting points or earning gifts. It's about that trust that the customer and the platform builds. It's about understanding the client and helping them navigate through the journey in a very seamless and easy way. We see that repeat customers, on average, book 30% more than brand new customers. So it's a really important number and really good customer to keep in mind and to think about when we are planning experiences and availability, etc. And live events. I mentioned how it's not always just about the destinations, it's about what happens. 70% of travelers these days say that attending live events is a major driver to deciding where they go. So it could be a Taylor Swift concert, Coldplay, the Las Vegas Sphere, or a football match. Travelers book that, and then they plan everything around that, pre and after. So keeping that in mind is really important. For context, the live tourism is expected to reach 14 billion in the next decade, and sports tourism alone is already evaluated at over 560 billion. So really big numbers, have a huge opportunity there. So understanding what can you offer from a tour operator perspective, destination perspective, before and after those live events can really unlock a lot of opportunity. And luxury. Customers still like to feel special. They like unique experiences. What they not always are willing to compromise is on the price, or commit to the price that normally this is associated with luxury experiences. So we've seen a growth, double-digit growth in private experience, semi-private, small group tours that are a little bit in between and kind of offer that personalized VIP experience, but without that really high price point that is often attached to this type of experiences. So from your offering perspective, if you're a tour operator activity, it's worth looking at what do you currently offer, if there's anything that you could do to maybe customize it a little bit and change it to attract and be available for this type of audience. And lastly, outdoors experiences is something that we've also seen growing. These are really beautiful images that is not really about the adrenaline, it's really about access. A lot of the categories that we see growing were activities that in the past were reserved to maybe more specific section, specialized sector that really like that type of experience and outdoor activity, but there's been more access to it, more safety, more information, and that is growing. And customers, when they travel, like I said earlier, they like to feel more in nature, being in outer space, be a little bit active, and we see like big growth, double-digit growth in these different categories. So again, is there anything from your perspective, if you're a tour operator, destination, attraction, that you can do to bring some of those experiences to clients, make the descriptions clearer, make them feel safe, and this is accessible, when maybe before it wasn't that much. So with that, we're going to leave you with a lot of food for thought, hopefully, a lot of different trends that we can see, lots of options in which hopefully you can see your portfolio growing, where you can attract different customers and really meet them where they want, because it's all really about flexibility and understanding those market dynamics. So with that, I'm going to leave you here, and I'm going to go and find my colleagues who are going to now talk a little bit more about how can you maximize your performance through OTAs. So I'm going to go and find Monica and Irene, and we'll be back with you in a minute. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. Let us introduce ourselves. This is Mónica Núñez, Senior Destination Manager for Barcelona at Vitur. And I am Irene Orozco, Destination Manager for Madrid and Southern Spain at Vitur. And today we're going to bring you some different perspectives of how to get the most out of your listings. We're going to divide our presentation into two separate themes. I'm going to start. Sorry, it's not moving. Apologies, we have some technical issues. There you go. We're going to divide our presentation into main themes. I'm going to start with what's going on. I'm going to start with some insights about who the Fitur Experiences buyer is and the journey they go through from the moment they start searching to the moment they book. And later on, Monica is going to give you specific tips on how to make the perfect product listing. So first things first, it's very important to understand who our customer is, because not all customers behave the same. They have different expectations. They book differently at different times. They have different preferences. And so we have to understand that so we can optimize our products and address the preferred customer base. So last year, we carried out a market survey that helped us understand a bit better the behaviors and traits from our desired customer base. And this is what we found out. We have a good balance between male and female, 50-50. We have a variety of ages, but the average is 43 years old. And the average income is of $100,000 US annually. And these travelers rely heavily on online search, especially Google, but also online travel sites. It's important for them to find the product details in an easy way so they can compare different options easily. And they tend to travel between 1 to 6 times a year. And it's a traveler that enjoys. It's a traveler who enjoys the planning process. They take some time. They do it in advance. They are seeking perfection for their trip, and they are looking to have a fully packed schedule when they arrive to the destination, so they can experience everything that the destination has to offer. And some of the things that these travelers prioritize when looking for an activity or an experience in a destinations are reviews, photos, descriptions, and price. Probably it's not a surprise, but still important to remember that. And the motivation behind booking in advance is usually to make sure that they can secure a spot for specific activities, and again, making sure that they can compare and choose the perfect activity for them ahead of time. Sorry, I forgot. No, I didn't forget anything. Sorry. So here we have the booking journey of a traveler from the moment they start thinking about the trip till the moment they actually make a booking. So the first phase is the dream phase. Travelers are thinking about traveling somewhere, and they usually go on Google and search about the destination to learn a bit more about what the destination has to offer. After that, They go into the search phase where they have a better idea of what the destination offers. And they are going to go more granular and start searching about the things that they can do. And they will get to different search result pages with different ideas and different activities. The third phase is the decide phase, where they will compare the different options, analyze everything slowly and carefully, and review all the product details pages. And once they have taken a decision, they will finally book. And here we have an example of a potential real scenario. We have a lovely couple. Let's call them Pepe and Manolita Smith. Very normal. So Pepe and Manolita are a couple, they're in love, and they're planning to do a lovely trip to Spain. And they are seeking unique romantic experiences, somewhat premium or elevated activities. And since they look like they're millennials, like myself, we also love sharing that with the world later on and posting things on Instagram, so good photo opportunities also matter. So we are going to analyze two different scenarios, two different searches with them. The first more generic and the second one more specific. This first search, it's about things to do in Spain, quite generic. So let's say it's Friday night, after a week at work, they sit together. Okay, let's start planning for our future trip to Spain. And they don't have much idea of the things that they can do, so they will just ask Google, what can we do in Spain? And they will eventually get here to this Viator page called All Spain Tours and Excursions in 2026. Here we have a very good selection of completely different things that you can do in Spain, different destinations, different categories. But overall, all products that appear here have a good number of reviews and very good ratings. So let's go, a bit more into detail and analyze what these operators are doing well that could resonate with this couple. Here we have highlighted 3 products. The first one, it's in Montserrat, around Barcelona, and what we see is a couple cuddling together, looking out the window, observing the beautiful landscape. On the second photo, we see a couple cooking a paella. That's in Madrid, I think. And the third one, it's a couple on a boat having a great time, probably on a summer day, somewhere in the Mediterranean. So the 3 images have something in common, and it's that they're telling them it's great for couples. Couples come with us, they have this experience and they have a great time. And they're saying that without having to say anything. It's just one image, but it's telling you the story. So something else that we can see here is that it looks somewhat elevated, especially the one on the boat, but it feels, quite premium. So that's going to attract them as well. And they continue searching for interesting activities to do in Spain. And we have a different collection of products. And they found a few that might appeal them because of the title. Why? Here we have one that says, with welcome drinks and tapas. This other one says, with wine and tapas. And the third says, with skip the line. Overall, clients like to feel important, pampered, and feeling that they're getting a good deal. So, when you are telling them you're getting something special or something extra, they're going to like that. So titles also matter. Do not summarize. Be generous with the description, and that will probably help you as well with conversion. And now we're going to analyze a different search. In this case, it's going to be more specific. They have decided that they want to do something around food, and they search for cooking classes in Spain. And what happens is that we find a collection of cooking classes in Spain. They are, again, quite similar in price and ratings because, they're there for some reason, yeah? So how do they decide? How do they decide? What makes you up? What sets you apart? And again, it's your story. Something that works very well in most cases is helping them picture themselves there, having the experience. And we do that by including other people having the experience there. It's much easier for them to picture what they will be doing and how much fun they will have. So you can see in these pictures, we have people actually cooking paella or cooking omelette, Spanish omelette, and so on. Besides that, we've talked about photos, we talked about titles, but also price and rating matters. My colleague is going to go through that in more detail later on. Same as making it as flexible as possible for customers is going to help. Finally, back to titles. Make sure that you use keywords, including, sounds obvious, but it's not always that obvious. Make sure that you include the destination you're in. As well as the attractions or the highlights of the experience. And until now, we've been talking about Google and direct search, but we have different types of clients, and we also have clients that book directly on the Viator app, and they behave differently. They are our most engaged users when they get the phone out and go into the app. They're usually ready to book. And often, they're already in destination. So they're not booking in advance. They're more spontaneous. So in order to attract these clients, it will help you if you lower your hours in advance so they can book quite close to the moment where the experience actually starts. Of course, make sure that you are responsive to them. And once again, imagery also helps. And finally, we are going to show you a little example, not from us, but from Netflix, that carried out an experiment with the thumbnails, the images they show when you're on the platform. They basically selected different or showcase different images for different viewers based on their taste and the history of the series and films they watched before. So let's say we're gonna stay with the Smiths, with Pepe and Manolita. Manolita loves romantic films, and in the past she's watched Serendipity, Eternal Sunshine, While You Were Sleeping. And in order to encourage her to watch Good Will Hunting, what she sees is a picture of Matt Damon looking romantically at this lovely lady. But her husband is a funny guy, and he loves comedy. So he watched a few comedy films, and for the same film, he will see a different snapshot from the comedy legend that Robin Williams was, with a lovely smile. And usually that works. Again, it's the same film, but words highlighting different things from the same film. And another sample, it's with Sirius. So in this case, it's not based on the history of what they've watched, but based on regional preferences and differences. I was saying it this morning as well. I'm Spanish, but I live in the UK, and I go to travel trade shows quite often. But it's funny how it changed, the dynamics of a trade show when you're in a country and when you're in another country. In the UK, things are a bit more direct, more structured. We're here, we take a bit more time, we love talking, and there's no good or bad, we're just different. And it's the same with these things. We react differently to the same stimulus. So they show different images for different markets. And it usually works. They've done a lot of A/B testing, and they get to understand a bit better what works for which market. And obviously, we hope that in the future we can get to that level of personalization also, to adapt to different traveler types. But in the meantime, we encourage you to consider these different niches and these different types of travelers when you are creating your products. And that you address, of course, your core audience first, but do not forget the others. And with that, I'm going to leave you to it with my colleague, Monica, who is going to give you very useful tips for optimizing your product listings. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Irene. So we spoke about how travelers search and find their experiences. So now let's talk about how you can elevate your product listing on Viator to meet travelers' needs. So what's the most important for travelers to book an experience online? Photos, price, description, reviews, and free cancellation. And they ask themselves, is it affordable? Is it reliable? Does it fit my plans? Can I cancel it in case I have a last-minute issue? So on Viator, we make sure your product listing highlights all these key factors clearly and early to help travelers to book faster and with more confidence. So the title is the first thing a traveler will see. So make sure it's clear, concise, and engaging. Keep it easy to read while highlighting the name of the destination and the main attraction. And add any other feature that adds value to your product listing, like, for example, hotel pickup, meals, or entrance tickets. This will encourage travelers to click, learn more, and book. So photos are also very important elements in your listing. So make sure you have at least 7 photos. Showcase travelers enjoying the experience so they can imagine themselves in the activity. Ensure your photo reflects exactly how the experience is like. Highlight the main attraction, key points, or key sites. And also capture genuine photos. Try to avoid selfies or people posing like here. You can see a few examples. And we see often partners underestimate the impact of a really good photo. But believe me, this is very important in order to sell faster. So now let's talk about the description. So here is where you really tell your story. So make sure your content is easy to understand, so travelers know exactly what they're going to do in your experience. Add short paragraphs, so it's easy to read. Add the most important information first to grab their attention. So travelers have many options. So you need to create an experience clear for travelers to see the convenience to book it. So remember, share with them exactly the inclusions, exclusions, so they don't have any surprise. and share exactly the start time, very important, the meeting point, and the what to expect, so they know exactly what they're going to do in the experience. So pricing is crucial. It builds trust, and it helps travelers to make quick decisions. So remember to add an accurate price. Don't forget to add in all tour bands, like children, adults, anyone, so no surprises. Try to be competitive, because travelers don't like the most expensive experiences or the cheapest ones. And also consistent and meaningful in all tour options. So correct price, happy travelers, easy bookings. So availability is flexibility. Try to extend the availability as much as possible, if it's possible for all year. And remember to extend it as well in all tour options. So more availability, more reviews, more bookings, and more revenue. So now let's talk about how we can capture last-minute travelers. We've seen an increase lately in last-minute bookings, because many of our bookers are already in destination trying to book an experience for today or for tonight. So make sure your bookings are open until at least 4 hours in advance before departure, and also offer flexible cancellation policy to offer travelers peace of mind by allowing cancellation up to 24 hours. So what kind of tools and services we have to help you? Last year, we launched a new program called Launch Assist. We have a dedicated team reviewing every single product you load in our platform. They check photos, they check the price, they check the description, and they make sure they are completely optimized before publishing to our website. If they need any other information, something is incorrect or missing, they reach out to you directly. So intro offers are a powerful way to attract travelers' attention by offering discounting and merchandising. So if you have a new experience, you can load the promotion in our platform, and we add a banner, as you can see here on the screen in red, with a special offer. And we also add these products in a category called special deals. So we know the new products with intro offers are 2 times more likely to get first bookings. So reviews. Reviews, we all know how important are in this world. So they build trust, and they make travelers to book faster and with more confidence. So we have a couple of tools to help you. We can import reviews from TripAdvisor if you have an existing listing. So we can share with our travelers the feedback from that platform. And we have also a review request tool. So you can request comments to your customers after the booking. And you can also personalize the email, and you can even choose the language. So what's the recipe for success? These are the key drivers that influence bookings. The first one, make sure your experience is irresistible. So with clear title, stunning photos, and unique product details to grab attention. The second one, set clear expectations and build trust. So share with them the correct price, start time, inclusions and exclusions, and also the meeting point. And the last one, offer flexibility. Extend availability as much as possible, offer flexible cancellation policy, and last-minute options. So here is the end of the presentation. I hope you like the content, and you can implement these recommendations to optimize your product listing. And if you have any question, the Bio2 team will be here at the solution desk the rest of the day. Thank you.
the next session will be at 3:30. The panel, yeah, because we've been a little bit ahead of time, so time for a little break, and hopefully see you back.
está aquí al lado, tranquilo, tranquilo.
Testing. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We've got some more exciting sessions for you now. So I just would like to open up. We're going to have an operator panel and hear from some of our partners who are working with Viator. Hopefully they'll share some of their experiences, some tips for any of you who are new to Viator or just getting started. So thank you all for being here again. And I'm going to welcome to the stage Fitur Experience, Head of Sales from Living Tours in Portugal, Carlos, CEO and co-founder of Naturanda, and Jose, CEO of Amigo Tours. So welcome. Thank you. All right, thank you everyone. And thank you for joining us here today at Fitur and the Fitur Experience Day here. We're very excited to be here with you, our partners from Spain and Portugal. First up, how is Fitur this year?
Busy, yeah.
Busy.
Yeah, packed.
Yeah, we were saying it's really big.
Yeah.
And this is a new hall, so we're very excited to be here.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. So first up, I would just like to ask, maybe go down the line and just for the audience to know a little bit about yourselves and obviously the companies that you work for and the experiences that you offer on Viator. So Fitur.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Victor. I'm the head of sales of Living Tours. I've been in the company for 11 years, and Living Tours is one of the leading tour operators in Portugal for the past 22 years. We run day tours departing from Porto and Lisbon. We also have tuk-tuks, we have river cruises, we have private tours, so it's an ecosystem of activities in our destination.
Thank you. Carlos?
Okay. First of all, thank you for the invitation. My name is Carlos. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Naturanda. We have the tours in Seville as well here in Madrid. We started in 2012. I'm really happy to be here today.
Thank you. Jose.
Hi, Mark. I'm Jose, CEO and founder of the company Amigo Tours. We started in 2005. We have now almost 21 years. We run over 270 tours daily in 8 countries, 3 continents, in Mexico, New York, Europe, and Japan. And we run different types of tours, from walking tours to bus tours, attractions, etc.
Yeah. And we were just chatting before, really exciting that you're also opened up in Japan.
Yes.
It's having a very successful year at the moment.
Yes, was our newest. It's our newest destination. Now it's our 3rd best destinations, ahead of 5 others. And it has been great. Like the whole experience, happening in such a great culture like Japan, and the whole experience has been great, and the business is doing really, really well.
Amazing. Living Tours, are you moving to Japan next? Not yet?
Not soon, yeah.
So what about when you started on Viator, which is also a long time ago,
Yeah.
working with us, what kind of things, what were your first experiences, and how did you go about getting them visible to the Viator audience?
Okay, so it's been a work in progress, because the market grew, the ways that people buy their activities and experiences is moving, and it's changing a lot throughout the years. And Viator, as a leading marketplace of activities, is leading in this change. We passed from traditional ways of travel agencies to laptops, and now to mobile and to AI, so we need to adapt. It's been an overwhelming experience, so it's we grew a lot with Viator as well, and to adapt to not only to the technology but also to the profile of the tourists. It's been one of the amazing challenges that we are facing together. One of the things that we had to adjust was post-pandemic. how we would react and how we would adapt to the new type of traveler. We saw, especially with you guys, the trend for premium experiences, for more authentic and curated small group tours. So we created new activities, we changed our catalog and on the platform, and we see the growth in these past 3 years, and it's been overwhelmed.
Yeah. And Jose, would that be a similar experience for you, Amigo Tours? How do you sort of adapt, as Vitor was saying, to the kind of the new market, the new challenges, the new experiences that people are looking for?
Yes, we have been working with Viator since 2011, I believe. So it's now 15 years. In the company, we have always bet for OTAs. 99% of our sales are through channels like you. We have been working with a very close relationship all this time, and with that we made almost 4 million passengers in 2026 just selling through companies like you. It has been a long journey. Viator, it's one of the leading OTAs and basically was the first one. So all this journey from the curated marketplace that used to be, and then with the merge with TripAdvisor and now full marketplace, I can say that it has been a long journey. If you're new on Viator or TripAdvisor, it's a marathon to get those bookings to come and to have volume, but it's a really worth marathon. So, yeah, it's a long-term thing, but it's a worth long-term path.
Thank you. And Carlos, what about your product mix on Viator with
Yes,
Naturanda?
in our case, we started in Viator in 2013. Always we understood that the focus of Viator is in the North American people and the English speaker people. For that, we adapt the product that we upload to your platform for this kind of public. Like Vitor said, yes, with the pass of the time, we adapted. We see the demand, we see the change of the times. Now, for example, we offer the audio guide tours. We offer the small group, are very important for the American people, especially. And yes, we are changing always. We started with Viator and Get Your Guide at the same time. We grow by the hand of the OTAs. We are really happy to stay with Viator to maintain this relationship. Thank you for the invitation. Again.
Thank you for joining us here.
Thank you.
So your product mix, and you talked about languages there. Do you see, has there been any changes in that recently? Is it European, or what about the Asian
Yes,
market?
we try to offer many language. In the case of in Andalusia in general and in Madrid, we offer 4 languages: Spanish, English, French, and Italian. And now we are thinking about the Portuguese. There are many Brazilian people traveling to Spain, and yeah, for us it's really important. As well, it's important the availability. It's important the language, and as well, it's really important the mix. Is the capacity to create experiences that mix the culture and tasting wine, the culture and the nature, do many things during a journey.
And have you, Vitor, what about your product mix based on the travelers who are coming? Do you have to adapt for maybe the Latin American market or for the European? Have you seen any differences there in terms of the products that you offer?
Yes, we have a wide range of products. We have different types of targets for Viator specifically. We see that customers in Viator, they are very driven to bookings, and they have a specific profile. They really like the experiences. Even if they are shared, they are tailored for them. They fit their profile. So in all the ways that we can explore the platform by the content, the photos, the description, the quality. And when I speak about quality, it's about reviews. It's very important, the reviews of our guests, so they will inspire others, and to provide a high-end service really shows in the end of the row, shows the sales. So you need to, it's a constant work, but for me the biggest shift is to focus we don't try to put as much products as we did in the past in the platform. We focus on understand that this marketplace especially is driven for a specific type of guests and customers, and to adjust our content, our product, and all the ways that we can for Viator.
And what about the, as you mentioned, reviews being very important for your business. Anything else that you think are what's the sort of the most important things to showcase on your products, to make it visible, to stand out on Viator and other marketplaces? And maybe, what do we do in Viator that you think helps with that boost of visibility? Maybe Jose?
Yeah, as Victor says, reviews are key. Quality, now you cannot hide a bad tour. It's like the reviews speak for themselves. One more thing is availability and last-minute bookings. To be connected to a booking system and have available those tours until last minute. Depending on the destinations, we are seeing more and more last-minute bookings. So to have availability on real time is key. And of course, if you don't show a lot of availability, your product is going down. I think those are the three key things. One more is price. Price, it's extremely important, and now we are seeing more and more dynamic pricing. We are getting into having different prices every day, just like hotels, airlines, and it's moving quite fast, and it changes your P&L completely. If you do a good dynamic price, it's worth it.
Yeah, I think definitely pricing, availability are things that we're talking about, and reviews as well. So just another question then on reviews, Carlos. How do you guys manage the reviews? How do you go about getting the travelers to leave reviews, and how important is that really for your business?
My opinion is like Jose. There are three key points about that: are the availability, the reviews, the price, and as well the cancellation. When you cancel to the client, this is terrible for the product, for the client, and for the company as well. It's better do the tour, including when you lost money, before cancel the activity. Avoid cancellation, always. About the management of the review, yes, it's a discipline. It's a discipline. You have to review. You have to check the review every week. Take the information about the critical point for the clients, and at the end, the reviews are the mirror that you watch every day. Is the result of the operation of your company. But as well, the reviews not only start when you do the tour, start at the description of the product. When the client, when the customer buy a tour, have expectation about the experience that they bought. For that, it's important a clear description. Try to do the thing well. Every week or every 15 days, read all the reviews and try to improve.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and if you were here earlier, I think Tyler had a session talking just about that, about the sort of the pre, the during, and the post. So having those expectations in the reviews are super important, so that everyone knows, the customers know exactly what the product entails. So Fitur, do you have any other strategies of review collection, or indeed what you use the reviews for internally, maybe to, for customer service or others?
It's culture. Actually, it's part of our culture. We are obsessed with reviews and living tours. So we have a quality team that goes through every single review. We reply to all the reviews, a good or a bad review. We can learn a lot from a bad review. This is important. So we are people, we work with people, and the opinions, we rely on the other opinion, even if it's your friend or another guest. So we need to respect the opinion of the other. We do have this discussion daily, so we celebrate the reviews in the company, so we always talk about how good you perform. We talk about this in the corridors, with our guides. We explain them by training them before they start to go do their tours. We explain them this is their resume. Better than themselves talking about what they do best, they have their guests saying that how amazing the experience was with them. It's part of their resume. It has value on their resume. And if you discuss this every day, and if you work this, and if you reply to all the guests, of course we have some tools. For instance, we use a lot the tools that Viator and also TripAdvisor give us. We have stickers on all the seats of our minivans, minibuses, and also of our tuk-tuks, with QR codes that guests can leave their reviews. Also, each guide handles a card with a review collector. Of course, we want that guides suggest clients to, if they enjoy the tour, to give a feedback, but we also need to give them tools to be easy for them to, because one thing is you should leave us a review, but how? How can we leave the review? So to have the QR codes, everything ready, I think it helps.
Yeah, and do you find a challenge then in where they're leaving reviews? Because obviously if you're a Viator booking, hopefully it's a Viator review.
Yeah.
Obviously TripAdvisor, and many people are using others as well, like Google.
Yeah. Now, overall, we have, I'm trying not to be too, I'm not that humble, but overall, the reviews are amazing. When we started to see as a review as a priority, especially in Viator, I give you this example. Our best-selling activity on Viator for the past 3 years, we tripled the quantity of reviews, and we're able to position the product on top because of that. It's not only for the quantity, but also for the quality and how we reply to those reviews. So. Yes, it's phenomenal.
Yes, it's important to reply, if you can as well, to positive and negative reviews, so that the customers and new travelers can really see exactly what the experience is. So, good, thank you.
And sorry, one thing that Josette did about, and Carlos, about meeting the expectations. Sometimes the reviews are good for the customers to tell what things that we cannot say on the description, because sometimes the tour, we cannot say that we are doing specific that thing, because on that day probably we won't, but the client on the review will say it for us. So it's an add-on. So we can see the reviews as a positive content for our product page as well. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, reviews are super important. So it's really interesting to hear your thoughts there. So we're here in Madrid, in Spain. So Jose, maybe talk specifically about the Spanish and Portuguese markets. Have you seen any challenges over the last 12 months? How are you guys adapting to that? And also, is there anything that Viator has been able to do to sort of help?
I mean, challenges, no. In all the destinations that we run tours, we operate also Spanish speaking tours. We have seen that the market is growing, not only Spain but LATAM. There has been a massive growth of people from LATAM traveling, like Carlos said, like from Brazil, LATAM, Spain, and people from these countries, they like to have the tours in Spanish. Some of the countries they speak very well English, but when they hear a guide speaking in Spanish, their faces just changed. So yes, it's very important to provide that in the language, and sometimes even and the experience was Japan. The Japanese, again, is a wonderful culture, but their way of treating the people is not the same that we are used to. So if they are traveling for many days around Japan with problems to speak even in English, when they listen to a tour guide in Spanish and with that culture and that treatment that we like, then the experience on the tour just changes. So and yes, we sell a lot of Spanish speaking tours on Viator. The descriptions are key. It's very important to specify if it's a bilingual or an only a Spanish tour, so they can, again, as my colleague said, to meet their expectations, and so the client can know exactly what are they getting on the tour.
Yeah, so they get to see and they can choose if they're looking for a live guide, or audio is another option, obviously.
Yes, audio. Personally, I am not quite fan of them. I have seen many devices that they're like robots, and the experience is not the same.
Do you think it might change with the use of AI and technology and translations and sort of real time?
AI is coming, yes. Real time, I think it's going to change, but the guides are magicians. Like what a tour guide does, it changes the complete experience of the tour. So it's not the same to have a tour guide guiding you in Chinese, and you have a Spanish translator is not the same that you hear it in your live language. So many people ask me if tour guides will disappear with AI. I said no. That magic of a tour guide providing a great experience in the destination, it's what a great tour does. So
yeah, it's the human part,
correct.
the human touch. Yeah. Carlos, what about you? Have you seen anything with your company Naturanda in terms of the Spanish market over the past 12 years? Any challenges or indeed successes that you've seen?
Well, it's difficult to talk about Spain, especially these days, no? In my opinion, we are living the golden age of the touring sector in Spain. The last year we received around 100 million people came here to Spain. I suppose we did well the things. Yes, always we have things to improve, we have things to change. But basically, in my opinion, I'm really happy. For sure, the reputation of the country is too important. Now, every day we see at the newspaper, in the media, the problem with the connectivity, problem with the infrastructure, problem with the airport, problem with the trains. For that, it's a question that the authorities, everyone have to be put attention in this point. The rest is run very well, no? In my opinion, are the second biggest country, tourist country. For that, few to change.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you've got such a long history of a tourism product in Spain. So yeah, there's so many things to do, and still lots of new concepts and ideas and destinations to explore as well within Spain, and indeed Portugal. So a different market, obviously similarities to the Spanish market, but there's a lot of differences as well. So what have you seen in Portugal over the last 12 months?
We've been challenging with some similar things as is in Spain, like peak season, over tourism, a huge increase of demand for attractions, and I think we all face struggle with regulations and access to attractions and all of this. I think that low season is here again, so the seasonality is a struggle for any tour operator, but also an opportunity for us to adapt. I think there is a market here, especially in Asia and South America, for the low season that we need to attract. And I see this with the Viator, especially for Asia this year. We've been receiving more bookings from Asia, from you guys. Last year was overwhelming for wine experiences in Portugal, especially for Canadians as well. And it's been increasing. Again, I spoke with it about this earlier, and I totally agree with Jose. It's not about how we observe the tour, is how we feel about the tour. By the end of the tour, how we feel about ourselves, if we enjoy it or no. Did you like the tour? The people feel, it's always about feelings. So smaller groups, personalized. We need to adapt to the customers, and the customers won't adapt to us. We need to adapt to the customers. I can give just this example. We just last month, we tried to add a new schedule to our best-selling tour. We are starting our tour at 7:40 a.m. and we start to see our customers arriving with breakfast packages from the hotels. So let's do one departure at 9 a.m. Let's see if it works. And we saw the Spanish. They always choose 9 a.m. now. Brazilians always choose 9 a.m. now. So we need to adapt. What we can, we should adapt to these markets. If you want to work with them, we need to adjust our product. We need to adjust the way we work to this specific type of guests.
So that's interesting, actually. A good segue potentially into the next question, and the sort of two things. I mean, was there anything Viator was able to do to help you sort of identify that was sort of a niche? Or how did you do that research, just by sort of seeing on the day? And then maybe we can talk more about sort of data and insights that you need in order to sort of continue to be successful.
All of you guys. We do have a huge support from you, not only from our account manager, but we see our investments in destination specialists. They give a huge support in terms of content, and they go through the logistic questions of the guests and let us know a little bit what we can improve. Also, let's stop a little bit and see how our competitors are promoting their activities, what they are doing, and what is working for them. Probably if we adapt a little bit, we can work for us as well. And you are doing an amazing job with sharing the trends. And if we are open to explore these trends, probably have a business model there as well.
Good. And Carlos, what do you see in terms of customer trends, data insights, traveler trends that help you kind of adapt?
Yeah, about the... we are in... It depends the destination, no? You have to see the demand, the peaks of the demand. You have to be to see the historic, always put attention in the thing that you saw in the last season and prepare the next one. Normally, the patrons repeat every year, no? For that, you have to adapt your team, your guide for the peaks of the demand. You try to organize your company for the holidays in Italy, for the holidays in France, for the Christmas time, for the Easter week. It's only to look in advance and try to organize the company for this peak of demands.
Thank you. And Jose, what data insights are you relying on and are crucial to your business success?
No, the sector is changing year by year. The tour that was very successful 15 years ago, now there are only a few that have the same volume. People travel more. People travel much more than 10, 15 years ago. Instead of having maybe one big trip a year, one every 2 years, now we are seeing 4 or 5 trips, and they want to see as much as they can in one single trip. And yes, we are seeing that people doesn't like to wake up early. That's
especially in holiday.
That's true. Yes. People want to see lots of things. People want to see the most important things, and they do not want to miss anything. So it's a challenge because over tourism is here, But then again, dynamic pricing comes into play. We are seeing that the seasonality was a big peak. Now it's more stable during the year, and we need to play with those prices and those rates.
Do you think true dynamic pricing? Obviously, a lot of people have been testing it, and there's more pricing API. But do you think that's because it's been done with hotels, etc., for such a long time, but not in experiences?
Yes, part of the group we have hotels also. We have them since the beginning, and we have seen all that change. 20 years ago, we received bookings with paper and phone. Then we passed through the channel managers, the revenue managers, and now the revenue managers doesn't longer exist because there's now system algorithms, and a system just fills your hotel. I think we are getting there. It's going to be more difficult because the sector is quite fragmented and it's very diverse, and it's not the same to have dynamic pricing for a tour that has limited capacity than one that it's unlimited capacity. But is dynamic pricing is here, and I don't think that governments can control over tourism. Like if people want to go, they are going to. We have seen examples like Venice, etc. They put rates and people still go. I think the right thing is pricing. If you want to go to Madrid in May, then it's going to cost much more than to go on January. If you want to go on a cheap tour to Madrid, come in January, not in Fitur, because everything is full and expensive. But come in January, February, and enjoy the city. But if you want to come in the best months, you are going to pay for that.
So you think that's the way we're going to control that kind of demand and supply based on pricing?
Because there is no unlimited buses. There is no unlimited tickets to Prado Museum, and the way to control that is with price.
And as you say, people still want to see these, the most iconic attractions and destinations. So
Sometimes we receive feedback from the government saying, "Hey, please take the people to other places around the city." Like we can say a lot of things, but if the tourist still wants to go to the Prado Museum, to the Royal Palace, is what they want to see. If they come back a second, third, fourth time to the city, yes, maybe you can take them to Chinchon but not the first
still
time.
want to see the big ticket items.
Of course.
Yeah. In my case, I totally agree with Jose. It's not the same buy the experience of the tour the night before, or take the tour with 5 or 6 months in advance. For that, you have to have a better price if you book with many time. I totally agree, yeah.
So what would you say to those people who are then in destination, last minute, maybe not being able to have availability? Is that just going to have to be a change?
Yeah, it's important, like told Jose at the beginning, the last minute booking are really important for Naturanda. We only stop the sale at 10 p.m. Many people book during the afternoon or just when they come to the hotel and check the mobile phone and decide to reserve something, no? But if you reserve something the night or the afternoon before the tour, the price will be higher, no? Than if you book 5, 6, or 7 months in advance. Yes, obviously, if you travel in January and February, less people, we put offers, we use the Accelerate program of Viator, is very useful for us. But yes, my opinion, this one. If you book in advance with many time, you have to better price.
Well, very interesting. So it's, we'll see how that plays out in the true dynamic pricing within the experiences sector. becomes more and more common. We're coming close to the end, so just a couple of other questions. We do have, hopefully, some people in the audience who are maybe new to Viator. Is there anything that you could share? I'll maybe just go down the line, start with you, Jose. Any kind of advice, or what's the one thing maybe that helped you grow on Viator?
I think we spoke about most things. One on Viator is patience, reviews, and a very good product description. Great pictures, great description. If you're targeting into a specific language, translate your text and your description, and show a great experience from the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. We talk a lot about optimization. So yeah, as you say, just making sure the quality of the content is there. So super important.
And patience. If you have a great product, and not doing the same that everyone does, like a great original product with a great content, sooner or later the bookings will be there, the volume will be there, and will be a great business for you.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. So yeah, obviously believing in your product, if you've got something really truly good, to have patience, and hopefully it will slowly start to pick up the bookings. Carlos, what would you say? Any advice or top tip?
My main advice are the 3 keys of the product. The availability is really important. The nice review and never cancel, especially at the very beginning when you charge your bestseller product. Or if you start in Viator, try to upload your best tour or your best experience. Never cancel, especially at the beginning. Nice reviews and strong ability. This is from my point of view, is really important.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Fitur.
I think the Jose said the best word for the process of starting to work with Viator is a marathon. It's a long way, but in the end of the line is a faithful channel. So my personal recommendation, if I was myself again 11 years ago, I wouldn't upload all my catalog on Viator. I wouldn't try to sell everything. I will understand the trends. I will see what would work. I would dedicate myself to have the best content in terms of conversion, to be as simple and as booking ready, availability, like content, descriptions, everything. Of course, price is very important. Dynamic pricing is the future, but regarding to dynamic pricing, my faith and goal to dynamic pricing is for us to have a sustainable operation, that we can use dynamic pricing not only for sell on the last minute, because if you think about dynamic pricing to double one sale, you need to understand that if we sell for the double of price, the customer will ask for the double of quality. The expectation will be very high, but especially for booking in advance, to be a good deal for me to scale my business, to predict the number of sales I will have in the future. And my honest opinion about Viator, if you work the long way, you will see that it's the OTA, the marketplace, that will give you bookings away in advance comparing to other OTAs. So it's very good for your business.
Great. Okay, thank you. So yeah, we have availability came up, pricing, great content, but of course, as all of you have, like exceptional products, exceptional experiences. So that definitely is number one. All right, final question, Carlos, to you then. What's new? What's next for your business?
For my business, yeah, we put the focus on Cadiz. The Cadiz is a new province just at the south of the country. And we want to start with the nautical activities. We want to bet for Cadiz products. And this is the year of Cadiz for my company.
Great.
And as well, we want to create in Seville the Sevilla Pass or Sevilla card, It's, I want to create 24-hour or 48-hour different experiences in Seville. I'm in contact with Irene, my account manager.
Yes. Perfect.
I hope.
Yeah. Well, Irene's still here today, so you'll catch up after. Yeah, great to see you going into new destinations in Spain. And Jose, you've already told me you've been in Japan.
Yes.
What's next for Amigo?
2026 is going to be a consolidation year. We recently launched Italy 3 years ago, Paris two years ago, Amsterdam last year, and Japan. So I think they're huge destinations with a lot to explore yet. So we are launching more products in those destinations. We are also launching more departures in the tours that we have. So yes, it's not going to be a year of big announcements in terms of new destinations, but for sure we are growing in terms of number of tours in those key destinations.
Yeah, well, it's really exciting, exciting year as well. And Vitor, what about maybe not new destinations, or maybe you also are moving?
No new destinations.
But products, experiences, customers.
Yeah. We are starting next month with, so we are going back to the basics. We are launching a premium small group tour in Lisbon with the best of the best attractions, with hotel pickup and drop off. Clients, especially from Viator, they really like to be really well treated. So we are launching this activity next month. Exploring the river cruises, we have a new boat arriving to Porto, and 2 years ago we started the first party boat in the Douro River. It's a huge hit. It's always sold out. We are launching a new activity in the river next year, and we are being focusing on. We have 2 ports of call, Lisbon and Porto. We have. If you're working on a destination that they receive cruise lines, we see a huge increase for Lisbon and for Porto, and we are creating private tours with schedules adjusted to those arrivals at the port. So it's new things that we are exploring this year.
It's exciting. So the party boat in the Douro.
Yeah,
okay.
Huge hit.
That sounds like a good one. Right, well, thank you very much. A really interesting conversation, and really exciting to hear all of the plans that you all have. Great partners of Viator, so thank you for sharing all of your advice and tips with some of the audience today. But yeah, once again, just thank you to Jose, Carlos, and Vitor for taking the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you all.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. For those that I haven't seen yet, my name is Tyler Jacobs. I'm one of the regional managers here on the Viator supply team, heading up the team that oversees Spain. I'd just like to thank you all for coming today. And after this session, we will be having a drinks reception to the left-hand side. So it would be great if you guys could come and join us, meet some of the team, and have a chat. And please feel free to find me if you've got any questions after this presentation. So in this last session for the day, I'm going to be covering overall traveler trends with you, followed by more in-depth market trends on Spain as a destination for Viator. So when we have a look at this slide up there now, I'm sure it's of no surprise to you all that, that these are the top book categories for Viator. So, it's having a look at those like long-standing categories that have historically done well and continue to do well, which is the cultural tours, day tours, attraction tickets, theatre, show, and musicals are consistently being seen as the highest booked categories in Spain. We also continue to see high demand for experience that include major attractions like Sagrada Familia, Park Güell, Alhambra, the Royal Palace of Madrid, just to name a few, as I know there's many more around Spain. But that continues to see high demand, and I'll go into a little bit more detail around how to differentiate product in these categories in a couple of slides. So in Spain, the top 10 categories for Viator account for 3/4 of all of the bookings for Spain. Something that I just wanted to highlight here is, when it comes to the categorization of your products on Viator, it's imperative to make sure that you get that categorization right when you're setting up the product within our platform. Viator is, as many companies are, we're playing around using AI, we're using machine learning to make sure that we're surfacing the most relevant products at the right time to the right customer. But that being said, it was also important to make sure that those products are correctly set up within the Viator platform at a product level, because we also look at that fundamental core setup of a product when we merchandise through our partners, affiliates, and distribution channels as well. So yeah, that is key to make sure that those are right within the categorization section. On this slide here, it's having a look at the traveler source markets, the travelers that are coming into Spain. Understanding where your travelers are coming from is crucial for tailoring your experiences and marketing efforts as a business. I don't think it's any surprise here from our customer demographics that the American traveler is the front runner and coming in first. We all know that Americans love to travel. They, and obviously they especially love Spain. Americans often look for history, culture, and tours that include the iconic Spanish attractions, some of which I named earlier, as well as the Prado Museum, the Alhambra, Sagrada Familia, and many others. And in addition to that, what we're seeing in terms of traveler demand is that customers from America are also looking for authentic experiences, like cooking classes, but also looking for those unique experiences. Coming in second here is the UK market, with Spain being the perfect destination for a weekend away or like a short getaway, and they are looking for value, convenience, classic sightseeing, and also the opportunity to enjoy experiences that include wine and food within them. I'll touch into that category a little bit later as well again. And then coming in third here is the Canadian market, which they look for a mix of product offering. They're looking for classic sites and unique local experiences. It's a mix of history with authentic encounters like cooking classes or neighborhood walking tours, which are especially appealing to the Canadian market. When coming in, so after the Canadian market there, we have the Australian market, which is great to see that is coming back up in the numbers and in the positioning in terms of a source market. This was one of the traveler demographics that took a little bit longer to come back post-pandemic. So I'm happy to see them back in the top 5. And then In terms of source markets, number 5 for Spain, for Viator, is coming in is France, which is the 5th biggest demographic, and they're looking for more culturally enriched experiences, art, and culinary experiences. Something that we've seen in 2025 across the board in terms of different categories, different product types, is that consumers are looking for they're looking for different types of products, but they're also looking for products with a shorter duration, and there's a lot of more price sensitivity in the market. So being able to adapt products, have product options that cater for a whole range of different travelers is important, which I'll touch on a little bit more as well as we go through the presentation. But that's definitely something that we've seen as a trend in 2025. So when we have a look at this slide here, it's showing us at the peak travel and booking seasons for Spain. Having a look at the graph, we can easily see that there are 2 peak times for bookings, which is May and August. And there are also 2 peak times for traveling. It's May, and then it's September through October. We can also see strong bookings early in Q1. And the reason why I'm highlighting this separately to the rest of the points there is that that's making sure with bookings in Q1, that's generally customers that are booking well in advance for future bookings. So making sure that you've got future availability, that your pricing is optimized, and that your content is optimized is key all year round. So it's making sure that products are ready not only for the long lead times, but also making sure that your products are ready for in-destination last-minute bookers as well. Having a look here as well, we can see that from September to October are high travel months with lower bookings. So as I mentioned, like so having a look at that, it's high travel but lower bookings. But within that season, it's making sure that the products are optimized so that for the in-destination traveler. So Viator in recent years, especially within the last, I'd say 12 to 18 months, we've invested quite heavily in our app and making sure that our app is ready for that in-destination demand, the customers that are walking around looking for product that they want to book same day, next day. So it's always imperative to have your availability up to date. Don't wait until high season to add that. Wait until high season ends to add that availability. Add it in, and have it open all year round. Okay, so when we have a look here, it's a continuation of having a look at the peak travel and booking seasons within Spain. Something I just want you to note within the graphs is that the blue line is representing US travelers, and on the right axis, and then while all the other countries use the left axis. This is just scaling difference is necessary because the US bookings and traveler volumes are substantially higher than the other traveler demographics. And so without trying to break it out with the 2 different axes, it would appear that the other source markets are nearly flat. So basically, that's just why there's that differentiation there. So when we have a look at these graphs, what are we seeing? What is it saying to us? The US traveler leads bookings year-round, which shows dramatic seasonal swings, which peak in around April through to October. In contrast, the UK traveler demographics the UK traveler demographic demonstrates consistent bookings and travel activity from April through to October. And then Canada, Australia, and the US show 2 distinct peak seasons annually, while Spain is a notable exception within these graphs, where Spain is showing us that there's peak travel in July, and then there's peak bookings in July for travel in July and August. So it's just understanding those source markets, understanding where the traveler is coming from, and when they're booking will also just help in terms of operational planning, marketing spend, and getting ready for the season. And what we are seeing as well within the data that we've been seeing, that these top 5 source markets make up 80% of travelers inbound to Spain from Viator. I think one of the things I wanted to highlight on a previous slide is that I mentioned about that that last-minute booker in destination booker, and the fact that Viator was investing in their app. Something that we noticed and that was presented on earlier in the presentation is that we've seen 96% growth since 2019 in mobile bookings. So that's just a clear indication of the importance of making sure that when setting up a product, it's thinking shorter hours in advance and all of that kind of thing as well. Okay, so when we have a look here, this slide highlights the importance of having your availability up to date, as I've mentioned a couple of times already, and that your products are fully optimized to ensure that you can capture the long lead demand, as well as those travelers within a shorter lead booking period. So what we wanted to do here is not just focus on the main source markets, but also having a look at other markets and understanding what the lead times are for their bookings. So when we have a look at US, Canada, and Australia, these customers generally book 4 to 6 weeks in advance. This is an average. When we have a look at UK, Mexico, Brazil, and Ireland, they are generally booking 2 to 3 weeks in advance. But then when we come a little bit closer to home, France, Germany, and the Netherlands tend to book within 2 weeks of travel. So again, it's just, this is for us to highlight to you all that it's different travelers book at different times, so making sure that we've got availability open to reach all demand. And it's also, within that, it's making sure as well, there's lots of different source markets that are coming into Spain, and it's about, making sure that the tours are optimized in the sense of if you operate in 4 to 5 to 6 different languages, add those languages as options onto Viator and capture those bookings, not just from the US market as our predominant source market, but from the rest of them as well. Because, another thing to consider here when setting up your products, like this information I'm talking about here is predominantly towards Viator, but you've also got to take into consideration our distribution channels. So Viator has over 4,000 partners and affiliates. We've got a travel agent platform. So there's different types of customers coming from different source markets and different distribution channels. So on the previous slide, we touched on those lead times, but now it's also about understanding and knowing when people book, as well as what they're wanting to book and the lead times around those categories. So in the slide, it highlights the lead times of when customers are booking the products. So for longer lead time categories, products like cultural tours, day trips, half-day trips are typically booked around a month in advance, suggesting that travelers look to ensure that they lock in and secure those core products that they're wanting to focus their trip around, or at least make sure as a key part of their trips. Then when we have a look at the slide, we can also see the shorter lead time categories like walking tours, attraction tickets for shows, musicals, etc., have a much lower lead time and generally within 3 weeks before travel, sometimes a few days, and sometimes even on the day. It's about customers being able to have that flexibility to input shorter duration products, ticketed attractions into their itineraries, but don't have to necessarily do that well in advance. And by understanding these different booking windows and understanding that in terms of lead time and in terms of the category of the products as well, will help you better manage your listings, your pricing, and your marketing, capturing both the pre-planner as well as the spontaneous adventurer. Okay, so on this slide, it shows the top growing product categories around Spain over the last 4 years. This isn't just about what's popular right now, it's about where the growth is, where the innovation is, and where you can capitalize on emerging trends. There are food tours, attraction tickets, cooking classes, and day trips. As I mentioned, it's not about what's popular now, it's about what's growing, and being able to look into these categories and understand, where there's further opportunity as well. And where that opportunity comes from is from focusing on differentiation and unique selling points, and not necessarily the same product that's going to the same attraction with the same duration, etc. But it's about being innovative and creative within categories that are well established as well. yeah, so like I was saying, it's not just about recreating what's already there, it's about differentiating those products. Like there's demand. There'll always be demand for products that are linked to Sagrada Familia, to Park Güell, to the Prado Museum, to any of these key attractions, but it's like, hey, how's your product different? You know, and within that, it's also about the importance of the emphasis on storytelling and quality. And when I mean quality, it's not just about quality of your product listing on Viator, it's the quality of your experience and for the customer on the day, and then Viator is part of that process from time of booking until they join your tour. So quality over quantity is important. So on this slide here, I just want to cover with you all what we are seeing in terms of search behavior on TripAdvisor across top categories. So when we have a look at this, we can see that the travelers are searching for outdoor experiences, nightlife, shopping, sightseeing, landmarks, sightseeing and landmarks and tours. We see strong alignment in this across, both our platforms. So that kind of search we see, that search behavior we're seeing on both Viator and TripAdvisor. And I think one of the things here to mention again, as I did on the previous slide, that competition is high in these categories, but it is also an opportunity. It's an opportunity to create tour options, to create and differentiate your product through the different offerings within one product, essentially as well. There's also opportunity here within this that we can see. If we look at this. What are some of the highest numbers within that outside of outdoor activities? It's shopping and nightlife. And if we have a look at that, that's customers saying, hey, they're wanting to do something. When can they do it? And going on to Viator, going on to TripAdvisor, looking for those experiences and can't find them. So there is an opportunity. There's a product gap where we could do with additional inventory for product. And then there's some categories that aren't listed on here, but it's not that they're not that they're not noteworthy enough to be mentioned. But if we have a look at categories like food and drinks, spas, classes, and workshops, these are still products that draw steady interest across our platforms, where customers are looking for them, and there's opportunity to develop and grow existing products by adding to options, but then also with net new products as well. Okay, I mentioned earlier about Viator's distribution channels and the fact that we have a travel agent platform as well. So here we just wanted to highlight to you what are the top product categories around Spain through these distribution channels. So within that, you can see it's cultural tours, theatres and shows, day trips, historical and heritage tours. These are categories that we see good performance, not only through the distribution channels, but on Viator as well. And it's just, it's an opportunity here for us to highlight the significance of these categories, and it's the significance of these categories, and that there's still opportunity within. Even though, in some of these categories, one might think that that's oversaturation, but it's just, again, how do you differentiate your product, and how do you make it stand out from the rest? Yeah, so within that as well, I just wanted to highlight that obviously the cultural and historical tours are leading, and we also see meaningful volume in day trips, wine tasting, and winery tours. I've had a few people come up to me today to chat about the top growing products, the top growing categories, and what I've seen not only in Spain, what we've seen elsewhere in Europe, is that anything to do with wine and food. Experiences, be it cooking classes or overall experiences that include an element to it, customers are hungry for it, they're looking for it, they're booking it. We're seeing a good increase in demand in those types of products. I've kind of touched on this in a couple of the slides already, where we are seeing higher demand categories with opportunities. Cultural tours and cooking classes. These are categories with us that we've got a lot of product, but there's still room and opportunity for growth within these categories for more operators, for more product that are different to the existing product that we have. And it's just to, basically I wanted to highlight here as well that it's like, these are well-established, scalable categories to enter into in terms of product offering. They're generating strong bookings for us, but there's still plenty of room for more product and ways to stand out. And I'm happy to discuss some ideas with you guys if anybody would like to after the presentation. On this slide here, I would like to highlight a few of the top growing products in 2025 on Viator from across Spain. These 6 products have all achieved triple-digit growth with Viator, from 576% to 950% growth versus 2024. It's a remarkable performance that underscores a strong customer demand across a range of product types. So it's just also highlighting here, it's differentiation, it's different types of products that are coming into the market that are finding their position within our platform, within our algorithms, and we're reaching the customer demand through diversification of product offering. If we have a look at that Valencia Paella class, it's showcasing the power of authentic, immersive culinary experiences. And I touched on that in terms of source markets. Like majority of those source markets within the top 5 are looking for those authentic kind of experiences. We look at Aqualand, Mas Palomas tickets, and Barcelona Segway tours. This showcases that water, parks, and innovative touring options remain high attraction to our audience, to our bookers that are coming to our platform. We're seeing strength, not just in traditional attractions, including, we're seeing growth not just for like the attractions like the Alhambra and the Cordoba Mosque in Cathedral, but also in experimental and leisure activities. If we have a look at Barcelona, we've got a lot of products in Barcelona that include sailing, different types of sailing experiences. It could just be a 1-hour sail around. It could be a tour that includes a paella class, then going on to a sailing tour, sunset cruises, that kind of thing. But one of the more recent, more experimental products that have come into the market in Barcelona is this Barcelona Jazz and Chill Out Sailing Tour, where consumers, this is just another reiteration and a reminder of how consumers are looking for variety. Right, so just to wrap up my session with you all, I just want to touch on a few key highlights from within the presentation. So here we're having a look here that, that's first, our first bullet point there, demand is strong, but timing matters. Spain continues to see high demand across cultural tours, day trips and attraction tickets with clear seasonality. So it's just a reminder here again about the importance of availability and having that last minute availability, loading that availability well in advance to make sure that you can capture the long lead time booker as well as that in-destination short lead time booker as well. The next point I want to highlight here is to know your audience and lead times. And I've just said that within the first point as well. But the US and UK remain dominant source markets, but booking behaviors vary wildly across the different source markets. So again, it's just about ensuring that products are fully optimized, not just in availability, but content and in every way possible. And then just off the back of the TripAdvisor traffic, the TripAdvisor traffic and demand data that we were having a look at, it's just a reminder that growth is coming from differentiation and having a look at food tours, cooking classes, walking tours, and day tours. Those continue to grow off a faster off a lower base, but success has come from clear differentiation, storytelling, quality. I can't emphasize quality enough just in terms of maximizing exposure for your products, but then also for the overall customer experience, because at the end of the day, it's customer first. And then just to round things up here, is the search behavior point. Search behavior points to new opportunities. So it's understanding, always trying to keep abreast with what's going on in the destination, and understanding when, like I think I mentioned earlier, it's just about where in 2025, for example, we saw that customers were looking for shorter lead time products. Shorter duration products, cheaper price point products, and it's being able to quickly adapt and change to what the traveler is looking for, to ensure that there's continued success and continued growth throughout the year, especially when it can be a little bit turbulent. So again, I just want to reiterate the importance of availability, quality, and the content that you submit, and the products that are put forward to customers. And that's a wrap from me. I'm going to ask our Senior Director of Global Distribution, Stephen, to come in and close off the presentation.
Hi. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for, I hope you've found the content interesting and helpful. And for those of you who've had one-on-ones in the sessions over here, I hope you've got some really good advice from the team. Also, just like to say a big thank you to the team here who've been really busy doing one-to-ones all day. This has been a great pleasure. I think this is the first time we've done this at Fitur, and it's been a fantastic experience. And I hope everybody's had a good time and got what they need out of it. I'm standing between us and the bar, so the bar is now open for those who would like a drink, just around here. So if you have any other questions, please come and grab me or one of the team, and we'll be happy to have it, or just have a bit of a chat over a drink and some food. So thank you so much, and I hope you've had a great day.